Welcome to Dream Theory, a place where your mind can wander freely, exploring the mysteries of the universe, all while easing into a restful state. Tonight, we invite you to embark on a journey through paradoxes, puzzling ideas that challenge logic and question the very fabric of reality. These paradoxes will gently guide your mind through curiosity, wonder, and reflection, all while preparing you for deep relaxation. As you listen, don't worry about solving these paradoxes. Let them drift through your thoughts like waves, like the distant flashes of lightning illuminating the night sky. Take a deep breath, let go of the day's thoughts, and allow yourself to simply listen. Let the mystery of these paradoxes wash over you, bringing a sense of calm and intrigue as you relax further. The Grandfather Paradox. Imagine you are a time traveler stepping into the past. The year is long before your birth. You walk through cobblestone streets, watching people go about their lives, knowing that each action in this moment will eventually lead to the world you came from. But what if you change something? A small action or a major one? Now imagine that you prevent your grandfather from ever meeting your grandmother. It might be accidental. Perhaps you distract him at a crucial moment and history shifts ever so slightly. This raises a troubling question. If your grandfather never met your grandmother, then your parent would never be born. And if your parent was never born, then you were never born. But here's the paradox. If you were never born, then how could you have traveled back in time to stop your grandfather in the first place? This paradox challenges the very foundation of how we understand time, causality, and the fabric of reality itself. In a traditional view of the world, events unfold in a linear, cause and effect manner. The past shapes the present, and the present shapes the future. But the Grandfather Paradox upends this simple flow, introducing the idea that actions in the past can alter or even erase the future. As we consider this paradox, we are forced to think about the very nature of time itself. Is time truly linear, or could it be more like a looping cycle, where events and choices continuously influence each other in a way we can't fully comprehend? If we had the power to change the past, would we be able to create entirely new timelines, or would we be trapped in an unchangeable loop with no way to escape the contradictions we create? Some theorists have proposed that the universe would find a way to correct these paradoxes, much like how a river might bend around an obstacle rather than breaking its flow. This concept, known as the self-consistency principle, suggests that while time travel may be possible, any actions taken in the past would inevitably be those that already fit into the timeline. In other words, the universe might find a way to ensure that the time traveler's actions don't create contradictions, ensuring that events play out as they always have, even if it seems like a change is happening. Yet, another idea suggests that perhaps time travel itself is impossible, or that there are unseen forces preventing paradoxes from occurring. The multiverse theory proposes that every time we make a decision, a new branch of reality is created, leading to the creation of parallel universes. So, if you traveled back in time and altered an event, it wouldn't erase your own existence, but instead, it would create a new branch in the timeline, one where you were never born, but where a new version of events continues. In this way, the paradox may be avoided by the creation of a separate timeline, where the changes take place in a new universe, while your original timeline remains unchanged. Perhaps there is a deeper message in this paradox about the very nature of free will. If we could change the past, would we do so to avoid pain, suffering, or regret? What happens when the past no longer exists as we know it? Are we in essence just travelers in a journey of choices, each one weaving a new thread into the vast fabric of time? Or perhaps the true mystery is that the past and the future may not be as separate as we imagine. Could it be that time, in its infinite complexity, is not a one-way street, but a more fluid, intricate web that we are only beginning to understand? A web where events, no matter how small or large, are interwoven in ways that allow for infinite possibilities, all coexisting within the vast expanse of the universe. Each paradox, though mind-bending, serves as a reminder of how much we still have to explore in our understanding of time, space, and reality itself. The ship of Theseus. Imagine a great ship sailing across the vast ocean. Its sturdy wooden hull cuts through the waves, the sails billowing in the wind, carrying it toward distant shores. Over time, as it journeys through countless adventures, the ship begins to wear. The salty air, the crashing waves, and the passage of time take their toll, and piece by piece, the ship is repaired. The boards of its hull are replaced, the sails are mended, and the ropes are renewed. One by one, every part of the ship is swapped out for new material. Eventually, after many years of travel, not a single original part remains. Every plank, every nail, every rope has been replaced. Now, ask yourself, is this still the same ship? The ship of Theseus paradox invites us to reflect on the very nature of identity, continuity, and change. If every part of something is replaced, does it cease to be the same thing? Can something retain its identity if it has been entirely transformed, piece by piece, over time? This paradox forces us to confront the fluidity of our world. Just as the ship undergoes transformation, so too do we. Our bodies, our experiences, and even our thoughts are constantly in flux. Cells die and regenerate, our memories evolve, and we adapt to the passage of time. So, if the ship is no longer composed of its original parts, is it still the ship that once sailed the seas? Does the essence of the ship persist, or has it become something entirely new? Some philosophers argue that the ship is indeed the same because its essence, the idea of the ship, its purpose, its role, remains unchanged, even if the physical parts have been replaced. The identity of an object, they suggest, may not lie in the specific materials it's made of, but in its form, its function, and the way it exists in the world. In this view, the ship remains the ship of Theseus because it continues to fulfill its purpose, despite its outward transformation. On the other hand, there is a different perspective that suggests the ship is no longer the same because its physical components have been completely replaced. This viewpoint suggests that identity is tied to the specific matter that constitutes an object, and when that matter is altered, the object's identity changes with it. In this sense, the ship of Theseus could be seen as a new vessel entirely, with only a memory of the original. But what if the paradox doesn't stop there? What if the ship's parts, after being removed, are reassembled into a new ship? If this new ship is created from the original pieces, is it still the ship of Theseus? Or has it become something else entirely? The paradox then expands to consider the idea of originality and whether the essence of something can be preserved through its parts or whether it resides in the whole. This paradox isn't limited to ships, it can be applied to almost anything. What about the identity of a person? Are we the same person we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or even yesterday? How many experiences, memories, or changes must we undergo before we become someone else entirely? The ship of Theseus challenges us to think about what makes us who we are, whether it's the continuity of our physical form, the constancy of our consciousness, or the cumulative experiences that define us. The paradox also has a powerful connection to the idea of time. Just as the ship is gradually replaced over the course of many years, so too are we constantly reshaped by the passage of time. The world around us changes, and so do we. This continuous process of change might make us wonder, if everything changes, how can we ever truly understand what stays the same? And in a way, that's the beauty of the paradox. It shows us that identity is not always a simple, static thing. It's a fluid, ever-changing journey, a journey where we are never truly the same, yet always a part of the same story. Perhaps then, the ship of Theseus isn't just about the ship. It's about how we view ourselves, how we view the world, and how we make sense of the transformations that are inevitable in life. As we navigate the paradoxes of existence, we begin to understand that the nature of identity, whether it's a ship, a person, or the universe itself, is far more complex and mysterious than we may have thought. Zeno's paradoxes. Imagine a race between the great warrior Achilles and a slow-moving tortoise. Achilles is known for his incredible speed, while the tortoise, well, isn't. But before the race begins, the tortoise is given a head start, a modest one, perhaps just a few steps. Achilles, with his legendary swiftness, seems certain to catch up in no time. After all, he's much faster than the tortoise. However, Zeno, the ancient Greek philosopher, argued that Achilles would never catch the tortoise. It's a perplexing claim, one that challenges our basic intuitions about motion and time. Zeno's reasoning goes like this. First, Achilles must run to the point where the tortoise started. By the time Achilles reaches that point, the tortoise has moved a little further ahead. Achilles now has to run to that new position, but by the time he reaches it, the tortoise has moved yet again. This process continues infinitely. Each time Achilles reaches the point where the tortoise was, the tortoise has moved a bit further ahead. No matter how fast Achilles runs, he can never quite catch up to the tortoise. Zeno argued that Achilles would always be lagging just behind because there's always a smaller and smaller distance to cover. Each step gets him closer, but never quite to the finish line. This paradox is one of several proposed by Zeno, and it's known as Achilles and the tortoise. At first glance, it seems utterly nonsensical. How can Achilles, the fastest of all mortals, never catch up to a tortoise even though he's given a head start? It seems like a contradiction, a puzzle of logic and mathematics that flies in the face of what we experience in our everyday lives. We see races all the time, and the faster runner always wins. So why doesn't Zeno's paradox apply to the real world? The heart of Zeno's argument lies in the nature of infinity and the way we think about time and space. Zeno wasn't trying to deny that Achilles could eventually overtake the tortoise. Rather, he wanted to show that our intuitions about motion are flawed. Zeno's paradox asks us to reconsider how we think about continuous movement and whether an infinite series of steps, no matter how small, can ever add up to something finite. To understand Zeno's challenge, we have to think about time and space as divided into infinite, smaller intervals. Each time Achilles covers a distance, he's still left with an even smaller distance to cover. In theory, this process never ends, but in practice, we know that Achilles would indeed overtake the tortoise after a certain amount of time. So what's going on here? The solution to Zeno's paradox comes through the concept of infinity. In mathematics, there's a concept called an infinite series, a sequence of numbers that continues indefinitely but still sums up to a finite value. If you break the distance Achilles must cover into an infinite number of smaller sections, the total time it takes him to catch the tortoise doesn't become infinite. Instead, it reaches a finite value, and Achilles does indeed catch up to the tortoise after a finite amount of time. Zeno's paradox is a fascinating exploration of how infinity works in mathematics. It challenges our basic understanding of how time and space behave when they are divided into infinitely small parts. Although it seems like Achilles should never catch the tortoise, modern mathematics shows us that the sum of an infinite series can still be finite. The paradox lies not in the reality of the situation, but in how we think about infinity in relation to time and distance. But beyond the mathematical solution, Zeno's paradox has deep philosophical implications. It forces us to confront the limits of human perception and intuition. We experience the world in discrete moments. Each step we take seems to be a clear, separate event. But Zeno's paradox reminds us that time and space might not be as simple as we perceive them. If we look closely enough, there may be infinite subtleties between each moment, even if we cannot directly perceive them. Zeno's paradox also speaks to the nature of motion itself. The paradox asks whether motion is truly continuous, or if it's made up of an infinite sequence of discrete events. This idea has influenced the way we think about time, motion, and the very structure of reality. Are all the events that we experience in life connected through a smooth, continuous flow? Or are they, in reality, a series of tiny, disconnected moments, each just slightly shifting forward in time? On a more personal level, Zeno's paradox can also serve as a metaphor for life's journey. How often do we feel like we're making progress toward a goal, only to find that there's always one more step to take, one more thing to do? Just like Achilles chasing the tortoise, we may feel as though we're forever moving towards something, but never quite reaching it. The paradox speaks to the frustration of progress. It's as though we're always on the verge of something, but never quite attaining it. But this, too, is an illusion. Just as Zeno's paradox is resolved by the understanding that an infinite series can sum to a finite result, so too can we understand that even in the pursuit of our goals, each step forward adds up, and eventually we'll reach our destination. It's not that we're stuck in an endless loop of progress. It's that our perception of progress is sometimes distorted by the vastness of time and the complexity of the steps involved. Zeno's paradox, like many others, reminds us that reality is often more complicated than it appears. Our simple intuitions about time, space, and motion don't always match the deeper, more intricate structures of the universe. And while the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise may seem perplexing at first, it ultimately invites us to explore the mysteries of infinity, time, and the true nature of movement. As we continue our journey through the paradoxes of reality, we realize that the very fabric of the universe may be more intricate than we can fully comprehend, full of contradictions, infinite sequences, and layers waiting to be uncovered. The barber paradox. In a small town, there lives a barber who follows a simple rule. He shaves all the men in the town who do not shave themselves. It's a straightforward rule, and the barber is known for his precision and skill. He's a trusted figure, offering his services to those who require a shave, but only to those who do not shave themselves. Now consider this: who shaves the barber? At first glance, the question might seem trivial, but the barber paradox reveals a deeper mystery about self-reference and the nature of logic. The paradox arises because the barber both shaves and does not shave himself in a way that leads to a contradiction. If the barber shaves himself, then according to the rule, he must not shave himself, because the barber only shaves those men who do not shave themselves. But if the barber does not shave himself, then he must shave himself, because he shaves all the men who do not shave themselves. This creates an impossible situation, where the barber can neither shave nor not shave himself without violating his own rule. The barber paradox is a classic example of self-referential paradoxes, where a statement refers back to itself in a way that causes it to collapse under its own logic. It's similar to the liar paradox, where a statement about truth creates an infinite loop of contradictions. In the case of the barber, the paradox reveals the limits of self-reference in rules and systems. Just like with the liar paradox, we are confronted with a situation where a rule or statement cannot logically coexist with itself. This paradox invites us to question the nature of rules and definitions. Can we create systems that are both logically consistent and self-contained? Or does every rule, once it refers to itself, inevitably lead to contradiction? The barber paradox suggests that there may be no such thing as a perfectly consistent set of rules if they allow for self-reference. But the paradox also raises an intriguing question about membership in a group or category. If the barber is the only one who shaves men who do not shave themselves, does this mean that he is excluded from being a part of that group? Or is the paradox itself an illusion, showing us that categories and boundaries are not as fixed as we might like to believe? We also begin to see how the barber paradox plays into larger ideas about exclusion and inclusion. It forces us to think about what it means to be part of a group, and what happens when the very act of defining a group leads to contradictions. Can something exist within a system if the system itself is flawed? Or does the paradox expose the limits of the system altogether? From a broader perspective, the barber paradox touches on paradoxes of self-definition, those moments when we try to define ourselves by the very qualities we seek to avoid. It is, in some sense, a reflection of how we wrestle with identity and the boundaries we create. Just as the barber is caught between shaving himself and not shaving himself, we too may find ourselves trapped in contradictory identities and roles, unable to reconcile the parts of ourselves that seem to contradict each other. In this way, the barber paradox offers a deeper reflection on how we construct systems of logic, but also on how we live in the world. We may try to define who we are by the things we do, but sometimes our own rules and definitions fail to capture the complexity of our experience. Like the barber, we may be caught in cycles of contradiction, always trying to make sense of the boundaries we create, yet never fully escaping the paradoxes that shape us. The barber paradox reminds us that while rules and definitions can help us make sense of the world, they are not always as neat and tidy as we might hope. Sometimes the most logical systems can reveal their own contradictions, and in doing so, they show us that our understanding of reality may always be more complex than we can fully grasp. And as we explore further, we'll discover that contradictions are not just a part of logic. They're woven into the fabric of reality itself. The omnipotence paradox. Imagine a being so powerful that it is capable of doing anything, absolutely anything. This being is omnipotent, meaning it has infinite power and can perform any action, overcome any obstacle, and change any reality according to its will. The very essence of omnipotence is limitless strength, boundless potential, and complete mastery over all things. But there is one question that emerges, a question that challenges the very concept of omnipotence. Can this omnipotent being create a rock so heavy that even it cannot lift it? At first, this might seem like a straightforward question. After all, if a being is truly omnipotent, shouldn't it be able to do anything, even create such a paradoxical rock? But the question reveals a fundamental problem. If the being creates a rock so heavy that it cannot lift it, then it would seem that there is something it cannot do, namely, lift the rock. On the other hand, if the being cannot create a rock it cannot lift, then it seems there is something it cannot create, and thus it is not truly omnipotent. This leads us into a paradoxical situation. The idea of omnipotence, it seems, conflicts with itself when put to the test. It suggests a contradiction between two seemingly reasonable ideas. The being can do anything, but there are limits to its power if we require it to create something it cannot do. In essence, the question seems to challenge the very nature of infinite power. Can something truly be omnipotent if it is constrained by the logical necessity of not being able to do something self-contradictory? The core of this paradox revolves around the nature of infinity and the limits of what can be defined as power. If omnipotence is defined as the ability to do anything, then this includes logically incoherent actions or contradictions, such as creating a rock so heavy that even an omnipotent being cannot lift it. However, logical contradictions themselves aren't typically considered actions or states of being. They are simply meaningless, self-defeating statements. One perspective is that the question itself is flawed. Some argue that omnipotence doesn't mean the power to do anything at all, including logical contradictions. Rather, omnipotence means having power over all possible things that can exist and happen, but not power over logical paradoxes. From this viewpoint, omnipotence is limited by the structure of logic itself. The omnipotent being, while having infinite power, cannot perform actions that are inherently nonsensical. In other words, omnipotence does not entail the power to do the logically impossible, because logical impossibilities, like creating a rock so heavy that one cannot lift it, aren't things in the same way that objects or actions are. They are merely illogical concepts which do not belong in the realm of possible actions. Another way to approach this paradox is through the concept of logical coherence. To be omnipotent is not necessarily to have the ability to do absolutely anything, but to have the power to act in all logically coherent ways. In this sense, the paradox is an example of category error. We are trying to apply the concept of omnipotence to a logically incoherent request. Omnipotence, by its nature, doesn't entail the power to do things that are meaningless or contradictory. Asking for something that cannot exist, like an object that cannot exist, is an empty request, much like asking for a square circle. The inability to do so is not a limitation of power, but a reflection of the limitations of what can even be considered an action or a thing in the first place. This paradox also invites us to reflect on the nature of power itself. What does it mean to be all-powerful? Does it mean controlling all things, even the abstract concepts like logic? Or does it mean having control over the material and possible world in a way that doesn't require logical incoherence? It raises important questions about the scope and nature of power, especially in relation to the concept of freedom. If omnipotence involves doing whatever one desires, can true freedom exist without any limitations? Or does true power lie in the ability to act within the bounds of what is meaningful, logical, and coherent? From a theological standpoint, the omnipotence paradox challenges the traditional understanding of God's omnipotence. Many theologians argue that the idea of omnipotence doesn't include the ability to do the logically impossible because such actions fall outside the scope of divine power. For example, God is omnipotent, but God cannot create a square circle because a square circle is not a thing that can exist, regardless of how much power is involved. This approach frames omnipotence not as the ability to do the logically impossible, but as the ability to do everything that is logically possible. In this view, omnipotence is not constrained by logic, but rather it aligns with the inherent structure of reason itself. The paradox also leads us to consider the relationship between power and meaning. If a being is truly omnipotent, does this imply an inherent purpose or goal to its power? Omnipotence becomes less about doing everything and more about doing what is necessary or meaningful within the framework of logic and reality. This reframing allows us to explore a more nuanced view of power, one that is not bound by paradoxical contradictions, but by the potential of creation, action, and meaning. True omnipotence in this sense is not the inability to be limited, but the ultimate capacity to create, sustain, and change the world in a way that makes sense within the logical structure of existence. Another interesting angle is to consider the relationship between power and paradox. The paradox doesn't necessarily suggest a failure of omnipotence, but rather points to the complexity of understanding infinite power in human terms. It highlights the difficulty of conceptualizing absolute power in a world governed by finite logic and understanding. If we truly had a grasp of infinite power, we might see that the limits of our comprehension are what give rise to such paradoxes. The paradox reflects the mystery of the divine and the infinite, showing us that some aspects of power, especially omnipotence, are beyond our understanding and reason. In conclusion, the omnipotence paradox doesn't so much deny the possibility of omnipotence, but it encourages a deeper examination of what omnipotence really means. It challenges our definitions of power, logic, and possibility, inviting us to reflect on the nature of infinite power and its relationship to reality, reason, and meaning. The paradox may not have a clear resolution, but it serves as a fascinating exploration of the boundaries of understanding and the complexity of power itself. The liar paradox. At first glance, it's a simple statement. This statement is false. Now think about it for a moment. If the statement is true, then it must be false because it says so. But if it's false, then it must actually be true because the statement is declaring that it's false. This creates a loop, a never-ending cycle where the statement cannot resolve itself. It's neither true nor false. It simply exists in a state of contradiction. The liar paradox challenges our very understanding of logic and truth. It forces us to ask, can something be both true and false at the same time? How do we navigate a world where such contradictions might exist? The paradox presents a problem with self-reference. A statement about truth that refers to itself becomes entangled in its own logic. In a way, the liar paradox is like a knot in reasoning, a place where our conventional understanding of truth unravels. If a statement can declare itself false, but it's also true if it's false, it shows us just how fragile our logical systems can be when faced with self-referential statements. Philosophers and logicians have debated the liar paradox for centuries, trying to understand how this paradox fits within the broader framework of truth. Some suggest that it highlights the limitations of classical logic. According to classical logic, every statement is either true or false. There is no middle ground. But the liar paradox asks us to reconsider that assumption. Can we have statements that defy these simple categories? What happens when truth and falsity blur together? One possible resolution is through the introduction of non-classical logics, systems of logic that allow for more than just true and false. One example is paraconsistent logic, which allows contradictions to exist without breaking the system. In this way, a statement like "this statement is false" could be both true and false, but in a way that doesn't lead to logical chaos. It's a way of acknowledging that contradictions are not always the end of reasoning, but rather a space where new, more complex understandings can emerge. Another approach is hierarchical solutions, where statements about truth are treated in layers. The liar paradox may belong to a higher level of truth that we can't fully access using traditional logical methods. This concept suggests that when a statement refers to itself, it enters a different realm of logic, a realm where its truth value isn't easily defined by our ordinary understanding of truth. But the liar paradox also asks something deeper about our understanding of language and meaning. If language itself is capable of generating contradictions, what does this say about the way we communicate? Can our words always be trusted to reflect reality, or do they sometimes lead us into loops of confusion and uncertainty? There is also an existential angle to this paradox. The more we reflect on the liar paradox, the more we realize how deeply our understanding of truth is tied to our sense of self and the world. What happens when the very things we rely on, such as language, logic, and certainty, begin to fracture? Is it possible to accept contradictions in our thinking and still find a sense of clarity? And in a more personal sense, we might ask ourselves, how often do we deceive ourselves or become caught in loops of our own making? The liar paradox is not just a logical puzzle. It can also serve as a metaphor for the ways we struggle with truth, both in the world and within ourselves. It asks us to confront the complexity of what it means to know something, to trust something, and to live within the paradoxes that shape our perceptions of reality. The liar paradox reminds us that the truth is not always as simple as it seems. Sometimes it's tangled in contradictions, wrapped in layers of meaning, and locked in loops of our own making. But perhaps this is where the beauty of the paradox lies, because even in its complexity, it invites us to think more deeply about the nature of truth, logic, and understanding. And perhaps in embracing that complexity, we can begin to accept the contradictions in our own lives. As we continue to explore the mysteries of logic and reality, we discover that sometimes the most profound truths emerge from the most puzzling contradictions. The bootstrap paradox. Imagine you are a time traveler stepping back into the past with a copy of a famous work, let's say the works of Shakespeare. As you arrive, you meet Shakespeare himself and give him a copy of his own plays. Shakespeare, inspired by his own work, publishes them and shares them with the world. The plays become incredibly famous, as we know them today, and Shakespeare's legacy as one of the greatest writers of all time is solidified. But here's the problem. Where did the plays originally come from? If Shakespeare wrote the plays in the past and then they were given back to him in the future, it creates a logical loop. The plays are passed back through time, but no one actually created them. There is no origin, no first moment when the plays were written. It's as if they simply exist because they were passed along through time, but without an original author or creator. This is the essence of the bootstrap paradox, a time loop where an object or piece of information is passed through time, but its origin becomes impossible to determine. The paradox creates a scenario in which something exists without a clear beginning, as if it is bootstrapped into existence from the future. In the case of the Shakespearean example, we see that the work doesn't originate from any individual point in time. It is created because it is passed along through time, but its creation is entirely dependent on the future. The paradox raises a fundamental question about causality. Can something exist without being created or without a clear cause? If the plays exist only because they were brought back from the future, does that mean they never truly existed at all? The bootstrap paradox also challenges our traditional understanding of time travel. In most time travel stories, we imagine that events in the past are influenced by actions in the future, but typically there's a clear cause and effect. Events unfold in a linear manner. However, the bootstrap paradox presents a scenario where the flow of time doesn't adhere to linear causality. Instead, events become tangled in a closed loop, where the past and future are indistinguishable in their roles. The paradox asks us to think about the nature of time itself. If we assume time is a simple, linear progression, like a river flowing in one direction, then the idea of an object or event traveling back to its own past creates a contradiction. There is no starting point, no initial cause. This raises an important philosophical question about the fabric of time. Is time truly a linear progression, or is it a more complex, cyclical phenomenon where the past, present, and future are all interconnected? Another way to look at the paradox is through the lens of information. In the bootstrap paradox, information, like the works of Shakespeare, exists not because it was created at a specific point in time, but because it was passed through time. It suggests that information itself could be timeless. If information can exist independently of its creator, it challenges our conventional ideas about authorship and creation. Where does information come from? Does it have an origin, or does it exist because it has been passed along through the course of time? For time travel to be possible in this scenario, we would have to accept that events can loop back on themselves. This has deep implications for the way we think about causality and the flow of time. Causality is the concept that every effect has a cause, that every event in the universe is a result of something that happened before it. But the bootstrap paradox seems to challenge this idea. If something exists without a clear origin, how can we make sense of causality? Does time itself have a way of resetting or creating loops where events and objects perpetually create each other? One possible solution to the paradox comes from the idea of a self-contained time loop, where the event of something traveling to the past and influencing itself does not require an origin outside of the loop. In this case, the loop itself is the cause. The object or information exists in a closed cycle with no need for a beginning. It simply is. This concept of a closed causal loop is one possible way to resolve the paradox, but it raises additional questions about the fundamental nature of time and reality. Another interesting solution is to consider the possibility that time travel could create alternate timelines. In this scenario, the act of giving Shakespeare his own works from the future creates a new timeline, one where the plays are never truly created in the traditional sense, but rather come into existence because they exist in this alternate version of reality. This introduces the concept of multiverses, multiple timelines that split and diverge with each action taken, creating an infinite number of possibilities. In such a case, the bootstrap paradox could be resolved by simply acknowledging that there are many versions of the past, each with its own version of events unfolding. But the real intrigue of the bootstrap paradox lies not in solving it, but in embracing its mystery. It asks us to consider the possibility that time is not the rigid, linear force we experience it as, but something far more complex and mysterious. It makes us question whether causality and creation are absolute, or whether they can be shaped, bent, or even looped in ways we can't fully comprehend. And perhaps this paradox reflects the nature of human creativity itself. Just as the works of Shakespeare exist because they are passed along through time, so too does creativity often seem to come from a place beyond the individual. Ideas and inspiration flow through us from sources we cannot always trace. Maybe our own creations, whether in art, science, or thought, are themselves part of a greater, unbroken flow of knowledge and experience, a cycle that stretches beyond time and beyond any one person. The bootstrap paradox leaves us with a sense of wonder about the nature of time, creation, and the possibility of endless loops where cause and effect cease to be easily separated. It invites us to consider that perhaps the most profound ideas and creations exist not because they are born from a singular origin, but because they have always existed, passed through the fabric of time in ways we cannot fully see or understand. As we ponder the mysteries of time and causality, we realize that paradoxes are not just logical puzzles. They are windows into the deeper questions of existence, revealing the limits of our understanding and the boundless possibilities that lie ahead. the paradox of the unexpected hanging. Imagine you are a prisoner, and you are told by the judge that you will be hanged at noon on one weekday. But the execution will come as a surprise to you, meaning you will not know the day of your hanging until the executioner comes for you. The judge gives you this information with one additional detail. The hanging will happen on a weekday, but you will not know which day it is until it happens. At first, you might feel some relief. After all, you can mentally prepare for the hanging over the next few days, knowing it won't occur on any day you can predict. But then, you begin to try to apply logic to the situation, and a strange paradox arises. You begin to reason. Since I will be surprised by the hanging, it cannot happen on the last day, Friday. If I haven't been hanged by Thursday, then Friday would be the only remaining day, and I would know it was coming. So, the hanging cannot happen on Friday. Now, since Friday is ruled out, you think, well, the hanging can't happen on Thursday either, because if I haven't been hanged by Wednesday, Thursday would be the last possible day, and I would again know it's coming. So, the hanging won't happen on Thursday. Continuing in this manner, you work backward through the days of the week, eliminating each one as a possibility, concluding that the hanging cannot occur on any day at all. In the end, you believe there is no way the hanging could happen, and perhaps you even become convinced that it will never occur. After all, if you could predict it, it would violate the judge's condition that it be a surprise. But then, on a seemingly ordinary Wednesday, the executioner shows up at your cell and tells you it's time. The hanging is to happen that very day. You are, of course, completely stunned and utterly surprised, just as the judge said you would be. This is the paradox of the unexpected hanging, a seemingly simple scenario that unfolds in a way that defies all logical expectation, yet is perfectly consistent with the initial setup. You had used reasoning to eliminate each possible day, but when the hanging happens on Wednesday, the surprise element remains intact. The paradox centers on the nature of prediction and knowledge. The very fact that you tried to predict the day of the hanging causes you to eliminate all the possibilities, which then, paradoxically, leads to the hanging occurring on a day that you didn't expect. The core of the paradox lies in the idea that knowledge of future events can prevent those events from occurring as expected. The more you try to reason about the hanging, the more certain you become that it won't happen at all. Yet, when the moment comes, it catches you completely off guard. This paradox plays with expectation and certainty. The more certain you are about a future event, the less likely you are to experience it as you anticipate. In this case, your overthinking and logical analysis trap you into believing the hanging can't happen, thus ensuring that when it does happen, you are genuinely surprised. It turns the act of prediction into a self-defeating cycle. The more you try to outthink the surprise, the more you ensure its success. Philosophically, the unexpected hanging paradox also challenges our notions of time and foreknowledge. If the judge's prediction about the surprise hanging is accurate, it seems to imply that even if you have knowledge of the conditions of a future event, you cannot necessarily predict when or how it will occur. The paradox suggests that our expectations of time and causality might be limited by the structure of the future itself. Just because we have an idea about how things should unfold, it doesn't mean we have control over the timing or outcome. It also highlights a contradiction of logic. You are told one thing: the hanging will come as a surprise. But as soon as you start to reason about it, you create an expectation that you should be surprised. This creates a contradiction. By attempting to predict the event, you undermine your ability to be surprised when it occurs. The paradox reflects a logical loop where the more you try to rationalize and remove uncertainty, the more you fall into a trap of certainty and predictability. This paradox is a beautiful example of how our minds and logical thinking can sometimes lead us to miss what is right in front of us. Additionally, this paradox may have deeper psychological implications. It suggests that our attempts to control or predict the future can often lead to anxiety, frustration, and confusion. The very act of overthinking can prevent us from truly experiencing events as they unfold. The prisoner's failure to anticipate the surprise hanging is a reminder that there are forces in life beyond our comprehension or control, and sometimes accepting uncertainty is the only way to find peace. From a more abstract perspective, the unexpected hanging paradox also serves as a metaphor for how we experience surprises in life. It's not only about a specific event like a hanging, but about the unpredictability of life itself. We often think we can predict the course of events, or that we can control the outcomes, but life has a way of surprising us, regardless of how much we think we know or how much we try to prepare. The paradox teaches us that sometimes the more we analyze and anticipate, the more we close ourselves off to the unexpected moments that shape our experiences. Another layer to consider is that the unexpected hanging paradox has been used in philosophical discussions about determinism. The idea that every event or state of affairs is caused by prior events in a predictable chain. Some philosophers argue that even in a deterministic universe, free will can still exist in the form of unexpected events, things that occur outside of the chain of predictable causes, breaking the chain of causality and leaving room for true surprise. The resolution of the paradox isn't about finding an answer in the conventional sense, but about reflecting on the limitations of human cognition and how our attempts to control or predict outcomes can often lead us down a path that undermines the very thing we're trying to achieve: certainty. The paradox suggests that some things are simply beyond our understanding, and trying to pin them down with logic can cause us to miss the experience itself. The unexpected hanging paradox reminds us of the unpredictability of life and the limitations of our own reasoning. It teaches us to embrace the unknown, to accept that not everything can be anticipated, and that sometimes the surprise is what makes the journey worthwhile. As we explore more paradoxes, we realize that life, much like these thought experiments, is full of mysteries, unexpected and puzzling moments that challenge our understanding and bring us face to face with the limits of human knowledge and control. The Fermi paradox. Given the vastness of the universe, with its billions of stars and even more planets, it seems almost certain that we should not be alone. Scientists estimate there are as many as 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone, many of them with planets in the habitable zone, where life, as we know it, could exist. If this is true, then the question arises: where is everyone? If intelligent life is so likely, why haven't we encountered any other civilizations? After all, the universe has existed for billions of years, and given the seemingly endless number of planets, it should be only a matter of time before contact is made. The Fermi paradox asks us to consider why, with all the chances for life to emerge, we haven't yet found definitive evidence of other intelligent beings. There are many possible explanations for this paradox, and each one invites us to ponder the nature of existence and the future of humanity. One possibility is that Earth is a rare gem in the universe. Perhaps the conditions necessary for life to develop, especially intelligent life, are so incredibly specific that our planet is unique in this regard. From the right distance from the Sun, to the stability of our atmosphere, to the presence of liquid water, each factor might need to align perfectly for life to emerge. In this view, the absence of alien life is not surprising. Instead, Earth is an extraordinary exception in an otherwise lifeless universe. Another possibility is that civilizations tend to destroy themselves before they can expand beyond their home planets. The Great Filter suggests that somewhere in the development of life, there may be a filter, a critical step that almost no civilization can survive. It could be the emergence of intelligent life itself, or it could be something more catastrophic, like self-destruction via war, environmental collapse, or the inability to overcome technological risks. If this filter exists, it would explain why we haven't encountered other advanced civilizations. Perhaps they were wiped out by their own mistakes long before they could reach us. A more intriguing idea is that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations are aware of us, but choose to remain silent, observing us from a distance as we evolve. Much like zookeepers who watch the animals in their care, these civilizations may choose not to interfere with our development. Perhaps they have a strict policy of non-interference, much like a cosmic prime directive, ensuring that we are allowed to grow on our own, without outside influence. Another explanation suggests that we are simply not equipped to detect alien life. Our current methods of searching for extraterrestrial intelligence, like scanning for radio signals, may be limited, and advanced civilizations might be using technologies far beyond our current understanding. Perhaps their communications are so sophisticated they are undetectable with our primitive equipment, or perhaps they are using methods we haven't yet conceived of. Some theorists propose that aliens may be among us, but in a form that we cannot recognize. Maybe they are observing us in ways that we are completely unaware of, or they may exist in dimensions we are not capable of perceiving. What if they've already visited our planet long ago and left? Or perhaps they exist in parallel realities that are just beyond our perception. Lastly, the Fermi paradox might simply reflect a harsh reality. Perhaps we are truly alone in the universe. The emergence of life, and more specifically intelligent life, could be an extraordinarily rare event, one that happens so infrequently that we're simply living in an isolated corner of the universe. The vast distances between stars and galaxies may mean that we are isolated from any potential neighbors, and the search for life in the cosmos might be a long and lonely quest. The Fermi paradox forces us to confront one of humanity's deepest questions. Are we truly unique? And if we are, what does that mean for our future? If intelligent life is as rare as the paradox suggests, then what responsibility do we have to protect and preserve this fragile existence we've been given? The paradoxes of the universe remind us that there is still so much we do not understand. But even in our ignorance, there is beauty, an endless mystery that calls us to keep searching, to keep dreaming. As our journey through paradoxes comes to an end, let these ideas settle like soft raindrops upon your mind, gently fading into the stillness of night. Each paradox, though puzzling and complex, reminds us of the endless mysteries that surround us. They beckon us to wonder, to reflect, and to explore beyond the limits of our everyday understanding. In the quiet of the night, as the thoughts of the day gently slip away, embrace the idea that sometimes the questions are just as important as the answers. The universe, in all its vastness, is full of things we may never fully comprehend, but that doesn't make them any less beautiful. In fact, it is the unknown that often brings the greatest sense of awe. So, as you close your eyes, let these paradoxes linger in your mind, like the distant echoes of a storm that have finally passed. Let the mysteries of reality drift through your thoughts, like soft clouds passing through a calm sky. Allow yourself to simply be, free from the need to understand it all. Now, take a deep breath. Let it fill you with a sense of peace. And with each exhale, feel your body and mind relax even more. Know that even as you drift into slumber, the questions of the universe are still there, waiting for you to explore when you wake. Rest now, and let the stillness of the night cradle you, knowing that, in time, everything will fall into its place, even if some things remain forever unknown.